Hello, 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 everyone. Hope you all doing well. Um, just getting everything kind of set up in the moment, so just bear with me for the moment. And hope you all are doing overall pretty well. Um, so just giving you a little heads up on like what we'll be expecting today. So obviously we'll be continuing on from where we have left off in Dave the Diver. Um, Immediately after, we will be going over a technique known as progressions. Now, just a quick explanation what progressions are. Um, Essentially, they are like transits, but they are much more slower. And how they sort of like how and why they work is think of it as more of like a day is a year and a day is a year and a year is a day. That's sort of how they function and they are calculated. So as a result, they are very much slower. Whatever happens throughout the entire astrological day, those transits kind of progress within weeks to months throughout the year. So that's sort of like how they progress, hence progression. Let's see. Let's go to the sea people. Also, just giving you a little heads up. I'm kind of eating my dinner a bit, so so often you probably see me just eating something. So oh no, what is it, Mima? I need to serve the customers, but I'm missing an ingredient. Say, could you venture into the depths for me? All right, what do you need? Oh my, you're helping. Well, I need tube coral, which looks like this. You'll probably find it near the whale's bones. Do you help me out? Whale's bones. I think I've seen them before. Okay, so I just need to get that for her. Let's see what. There are more and more earthquakes lately. Your face should be even stronger during those times like these. And you can't grab a seahorse with your hands. You need some kind of tool. Okay, well, that's not really of great help. Um, Not too sure what I should be doing in the moment. There is another. Let's see, do you respond? Ah! Don't pop out of nowhere like that. My gills are pumped. Okay, so same thing. Oh, what do I do? Kids, what's going on? Well, we've been playing ball outside the village when the Mega Mouse shark suddenly appeared. It swallowed our ball. Sniff. Mega Mouse? You mean the huge. Yes! Can you get it back for us, human? Um, it looks really scary. Sniff. Oh, alright. I'll get it back for you. Wow, thank you so much, human. It's so hard to refuse children. Tenji, could you say right? Okay. I'm gonna, okay. Let's see. Oh, cough, cough. Are you not feeling well? Human. None of your business. Cough. You look very ill. Should I bring you something like a coral porridge? Coral porridge? How can humans make sequel food? Ramon has asked me to bring this before. Lies. Humans can't be trusted. Well, it looks like it's needed, so I'll ask Bancho to make it. The ingredients were feather coral and lily coral, right? Okay, so I'm getting 3 different types. Wait, what's this? Oh. Okay. Let's see. Anything over here? Let's see. This is troublesome. All the seahorses escape. We can't hold races, and it's tough to putting food on the table. You have to correct to allow the seahorse to escape. Okay, I'll be waiting. Short teeth. Find the pearl. Why not? Okay, this game you need to try to find the hermit crab that hid the pearl. And guess which is the fast moving hermit crab in the pearl. Why not? Okay. I think that one. Yay! And 10 again. Okay. It's down over there. Oh god. That was a little, I want to say it was down here, but I think it's that one? Damn it. I called it too. Okay. Okay. Well, I give it a shot. Yeah. Okay, let's see. So I still need to do the seahorses. I need to get medicine for the sky, which is the lily coral and feather coral. I'll need to also get the 2 corals. A lot of coral. Let's see. Oh, okay. That's how I get back and forth between. Let's see. Hey now, don't go poking around the village too much. You might trip the seaweed on those silly legs of yours. Honestly, what is your problem, dude? Heard that the door was really used to go through the area. The dispatches have been blocked for a while. Nobody knows what's that state it has been. Even though we pray earthquakes keep coming, is faith really enough to solve this problem? Don't say such things. The reason we are still okay is all thanks to the King Long. The ice of the divine tree is melting little by little. There's more and more getting sick. Okay. King Long Shrine. So you must be the outsider, making long protection be with you. Hello, what is this place? This is where Ramadede King Long is also where the stored records of our history. Oh, I heard that Tenjin, that you're helping out in the village. Yes, well, that's how it is for now. In that case, there's something I'd like your help with. There'll be a wedding soon here in the village. A recent earthquake destroyed the stone slat we need for the weddings, however. I should have been more careful about storing it. It sounds like a big deal, but how can I help you with something like that? In days when sea people roamed the seas freely, we left some records in humans' waters. Oh, he must be talking about the sea people's record chamber. There should be a stone slat in one of those places for certain. Please do help me out, human. It's a song for a wedding, right? I guess I'll go to the Super Records chambers first. Alright, I'll try to bring it back to the slab. Would you do that for me? I'm truly grateful, human. May the blessings of King Long go with you. Okay, so children's ball, medicine for that, blacksmith, ingredient for the kitchen, the wedding slab, and a tool to catch all these seahorses. What? Why are there so many fish? Oh gosh. Might as well just catch some fish. Okay. Oh my gosh. This appears to be a fish. The slab. I should take the shrine to this. Why is... Dang it, I had a harsh start. See people... Yeah. Let's see, why is there... Why is that shark there? Honestly. Okay. Well, I just need to head on back because that wedding ceremony thing, so keep on moving. Okay. My goodness, human, this is the one. Thanks to you, we'll be able to have the wedding without any hiccups. Human, or rather Dave, was it? I think if you participate, you could become better acquainted with the villagers. A Sea People's wedding, huh? That sounds interesting. Wait, am I partaking in the wedding right now? Am I hearing that right? Here we are, Dave. Wow, it's feel different from a human wedding. Is it so? You can sit in the back. It'll be. It'll begin soon. Oh no, another earthquake. King Long's arm. Oh dear, King Long. This is terrible. This is actually a very old statue. We don't have the tools in the village to patch it up. Oh dear, this is not good. Is it an omen of an impending disaster, perhaps? Hey now, calm down a bit. Maybe Cobra will have something. I'll try to see if there's anything we can use on the surface. Just wait for a bit. Oh, Dave, please bring back King Long. We need your protection. Okay. Hmm. A stone adhesive for use underwater? Let's see. Oh, good. It was in a corner here. Yeah. You should do. I should go back to the Sipo village. I'll go back to the Sipo village and attach the arm King Long statue. Hmm. See, people. Let's go. Oh, you're back. My friend has something we can use. In that case, we start working on it immediately, Dave. Okay. Wow, it looks completely undamaged. Phew. Looks like I managed to glue it on quite well. Thank you so much, Dave. We won't forget this. Why do we keep getting these turmoils? They seems to be coming from a shorter intervals. Coming at shorter intervals. Oh, King Long, please protect our village. Let's see, 70. Okay. Alright, you guys just set up the pictures. Oh, you must have spent some money. Can't pass any opportunity like this. You told me the lighting fixtures was set at a depth of 20 meters. Can you please check them out? I expect autumn pictures then. Okay, I guess I have no choice. Of course, they're right there. Yeah. Oh god. I don't have my... Oh! These are bright pictures. The sharks must have knocked them down. I need to prop them up and connect them again before taking pictures. Ah! Oh, no you don't. You attack me and expect no consequences? Hell no. First things first. Come on. Gotcha. So do I just put this on there? Okay, yeah, seems like I do. Good, it looks better illuminated. I should lure plankton by dropping the lure capsules in the middle. Oh my gosh. Oh, I see the glowworms. They make this scene surreal. Ah, manta rays won't come by if I am here. I should hide in a pile of rocks over there until one appears. Oh my gosh. Oh, that's a really... Is that really a manta ray? I must keep my distance so I don't scare it off. Finally. Good, this is a fascinating I should go up and talk to Udo now. Huh? Oh. Okay. Gotcha. I'm gonna try to somewhat make up for my little see. Come on. Okay. Come on. Come in. Okay. Got one. Now, where's the other one? Hello? Oh gosh. Okay. Okay. Okay, got that. Okay. Okay, we got that. Kind of pretty good. I caught 2 sharks, a moray eel, some pufferfish. I need more bullets to attack that one. Let's see. What can I get over here? What the hell was that? Okay. Okay, let's see. Okay, I guess. Okay, well, I got more bullets, so I should be able to. Okay, got it. Got more shark. So got black tips. Sharks. Catch this moray eel. Oh my gosh. I only came from one of you. Okay. Okay. Okay, well. Okay, come on. Finally. Let's just explore just a little further down. Okay. Well. Got some salt. Okay, well, I have no choice. Okay. Here, take a look at this picture. What do you think? Oh, this is a manta ray. How majestic it is. My eyes are teary. You see? I'm just kidding. Our editors will love this picture for sure. You're my hero. I'll see you again. Sushi. Mhm. There's two different items. Keep it easy, straightforward. Okay, so that. Perfect. Okay. Okay. Yeah, 14 and the other was like just 3 left over, so yeah, 2 items were like the best option. Oh. Okay. What kind of mail is here? Should I check it? Shrimp Party, greetings to the Blue Hole Tourism Committee. Again, as you all know, the Blue Hole is home of the big, fat, and juicy shrimp. An excellent taste of shrimps must be known to the whole world. This time we're hosting a shrimp party. If you own a restaurant with a fine shrimp recipes, don't miss out on this opportunity. The Blue Hole Tourism Committee. Like tiger shrimp? Squeaky hammer. Forgot to change my weapon. Okay. I just realized. Okay, well, that wasn't what I was hoping for, but okay. Ooh, weapon box. Nope. Okay. Not that the poison one is worthless. It's just I was hoping for other kinds of weapons. You know, something for that. Okay. Okay, got it. Okay. Coral trout. Come on. Of course. And yet I still can't find what I'm looking for. Come on. No. You're just disappointing me, huh? This is some sort of this sick game to you, huh? There's like 2 trophies I could get. Well, 2 sharks. Two tasty meals. Let's see. There's a fight a megalodon for a child. Yes. Yay. Let's see. Okay. Come on over here. A white trivial. Okay. Well, better than the other one, that's for sure. Let's see. Got it. Yay! One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3. Ha 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 ha. No! I'm just trying to work my way down, that's all. Of course. Again, what is this? Okay, finally. Okay. Okay. Now go down over here, because I could have sworn I've seen a, there it is. Okay, come on. Okay. Let's see, keep on going down. Okay. I need to find bullets. Let's see. Nope. What was that I saw? Could have sworn I seen something. Let's see. Soy sauce. Okay. Come on. Okay. 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 For the coral. Tube corals. Oh my god, no. Not that thing again. That thing is just made of nightmares, I swear. Like, I'm not too sure what it is. All I know is it's like a shark-like creature. That thing tries, like, sucking me up. And I do not like it. No. I wonder. It worked. Okay. Nope. Time to go. Not dealing with that thing right now. I'm too slow for it. Come on. Red string. Come on. Okay. Let's see. So I cannot take anything. Okay. Lady! You come at the worst possible times every single time. Hmm. Let's see. Hmm. Start trying from a farm to make a better quality sushi. Jimmy with American using really original sushi. How? Oh my god. Look at all that. Okay, how many sharks are here? Jesus Christ. Look at them. So many of them. Mullet. Hmm. Oh dear, I need Tube Girl to cook. Here's what it is. I could have sworn I got two coral. Did I not? It's like I. There's a book. Which book? I'm human. Good to see you. There's a book contains that image. I know what it is. Tomorrow, the temple, of course, the temple of many books of history, doctrines of the sea people. Oh, human, can you borrow another book from the temple for me while I look around? It's called There's a Mutant Sea People in the Basement. I came and now I can't just stand by. I must do something. Volume 2. That's a long title. The novel describes the King Long's great battles. Anyways, please borrow the book from me from the temple. I wrote volume 1 before, so I should know. Okay, so I'm gonna borrow a book. Okay. What brings you here? The owner of the sea shop told me to borrow a book. The title was very long. I forgot. I understand. Cousin always needs strange books. I was told that you would know which one as it was previously borrowed. Do you remember? It was the book of Cousin borrowed. Might be one of these three. Nature is divine, is the truth. There's something like sea people, the king floating on the cover. Maybe it's this one. Why don't you take a look with me? Yeah, it works best. Thank you. Please come with any time. May King Long protection be with you. Okay. See people in the basement. A king and I stand by and must do something we want to. Good job finding it. Awesome. I'll read the evening while drinking some seaweed. It's not really a gift, but please take this. Is this seed? What is it? It's a flavorful seaweed seed. It's grown in our village. Oh, might be a bit difficult to grow on the farm. This is human facilities. Try going to the village's farmer, Gumo. If you're lucky, Gumo may be able to help you grow the seaweed. Okay, so Gumo. Here you are. You're asking me if I can harvest seaweed? No, it can be harvest at the seaweed farm, but I don't want to do it for a human. What an unkind sea person. Should I just leave? No, seaweed directly from the here would be better for cooking. I have to try my best to convince him. The sea that Kansi gave me. Can you please help me? Cousin gave into a human? That's strange. I'm not sure that human will be able to make with seaweed. But I think about it, you can make something that's extraordinary. Bring me a dish made of seaweed. Looks like I'll have to ask Bongo. Let's swim. Good thing I said some fish over. Let's see. We need to get rid of it a bit, so let's see. Okay. Wow. Woohoo! Okay. So let's see. Okay. VIP visit, finish gathering. Oh, the rice is already grown. There's an odd energy to this region. Come over to the farm. Rice is ready to be grown. It's time to harvest it. We've got the hang of harvesting now, right? Yes, but I can plant more rice immediately after harvesting. Ah, well, land needs some time to recover, you know. You just need to wait half a day, and you'll be able to plant more rice. In any case, rice this quality should satisfy the director guy as well. I should get this to Banco. Thank you, Otto. Come by every now and then to manage the land. It'd be such a waste for crops to fall victim to insects. Okay. There is 2 reasons now I need to go to him. Because we made with seaweed? Some dish using seaweed does not leave a strong impression. They probably have that at the Sea People village. Bring me seaweed, white rice, and sea urchin. I'll give them a harmonious blend of ingredients from the land and sea. White rice, sea urchin, and seaweed. I'll have to try gathering them. You brought the ingredients then. Start preparing the sea urchin seaweed rice. Here, the sea people should be satisfied with this. Thank you, Bongcho. Let's bring this sea farmer. Fish. Otto's farm fish are said to be high quality. When it's not convenient to fish, stop by this fish farm. Call Ellie. Oh, I need to get 3 of them. Okay, I need to get 2 lily corals. Actually, why not? Call Ellie now. Huh? What's going on? A humpback whale appears in the blue hole. I think it might have something to say. I recorded its cry. Have a listen. It sounds like it's looking for its offspring. Offspring? Yeah, they must have got lost somewhere nearby. How about helping me? You're going about to your young one's cries. Can you let me know? Well, I can't just ignore that. Okay, I'll take a look. Wanna be well? Bring the food over. I get 2 lily corals and 3 tube corals. Okay, so 2 lilies, 2 tubes. Farming report is available. But also, I need to go to the sea people first. This is the cuisine made with seaweed. What these little round white balls? I mean, cuisine. I can't predict the taste, but I'll give it a try. Oh, it's a new taste. The soft texture of the seaweed and the little white grains, they go so well together. This yellow thing, it adds such rich flavor. They're sea urchins' eggs. This is the first time seeing them? Sea urchins? A spiky creature? Humans eat that kind of stuff? I guess humans are able to use various sea ingredients. I'm impressed. Pancho is very serious about seafood. Alright, I promise, it's a promise. I'll open a sea farm for you. Oh! However, I have made a separate farm to avoid food supplies issues to the village. It's going to take some time. Please wait. Okay, then I'll be back later. This is excellent. This is exciting. Okay. It seems the villages seem to trust you quite a lot. I'd first like to thank you for everything you've done for our village. It seems everyone's friendlier than I thought. I don't trust you fully just yet, but we could use your help. Tell me a little bit about this village. Do you see the tree at the center of the village? Yes, it was huge, covered in ice. Yes, this is what it's called, the divine tree. We use this fruit, its tree, as an energy source. The tree's roots are far below, using geothermal heat to create energy. Because of the fruits are created from this energy, there's a giant glacier under this tree that is under our village. A glacier on the sea bottom? I never heard of such a thing. But as of late, the heat coming from the deep in the earth has grown hotter, melting the ice slowly. As the temperatures of the tree increases, and more of the villagers are falling ill. We'll keep praying to King Long, but we know things aren't as simple as that. We need to check on the glacier below the surface, because we relied on only agriculture for so long. We don't have the equipment or technology to explore down there, embarrassing as it is. That's why I told you we need the humans' help. I must admit that it is our only option, my daughter. In any case, I know it's a difficult task, but will you check out the glacier area below the village for us? That sounds very dangerous, but alright. There have been more turmeric on the surface as well. I think they all might be connected somehow. Thank you. We'll be sure to recompensate you. Compromise you somehow. Now then, you'll need the key down to the glacier passage. The key. Where's the key? Tintin. There. When we sealed the glacier passage, we put the key inside of the cave. Remember? Oh dear. You're right. I sense something is not right again. Human, please go and get the key from the glacier passage from the abandoned cave. Suwam will take you there. It's not dangerous, is it? Nothing has happened there for the last century. No one ventured in there for 100 years. Anyways, we need to find out what's going in the glaciers area before it's too late. It's getting late. Come back tomorrow when the sun is up. Suwam will guide you on this path. like you made yourself quite well known in the village. Even so, don't do your own thing. Don't go about doing your own thing. Help the village. Because the villagers don't know how terrible humans can be. Remember, I'm always watching you. Humans be best behavior. Okay. So 2 lilies, 2 tubes. Come back to the sea, people. Tomorrow. Drop this off. Have, well, first go to Guangzhou. Should I do the thing again? Okay. So I gotta look for a new weapon again. Oh my god. So marble electric ray leaves. Okay. Maybe this is the sound. Yes, this is the sound of the baby humpback well. Please take a look around. There must be a baby near. Well, that's why. Ah, a crying sound coming from behind that pile. The stones need to be removed. Okay, that's been removed. Yeah, it is. Okay. And with me on the boat. Okay. Well. Wow, there's a baby well in here. It seems frightened. Should I go comfort it? Let its guard down. Let's go to a brighter area. The mom should be coming back. I need to be careful bringing it back up. Okay, I see now. I see it. Ah, Mrs. Barracuda's in the way. To get rid of them. Ooh. Now back again. Since the baby was teammate, I had to get rid of them first. You. Switching. Of course. We're almost to the surface here. What is another shark? Okay. Phew, that was dangerous. It looks a bit safer here. Wait a bit here till mom shows up. Oh my gosh! Huh, sharks. What do I do? Wow, it's huge. It's a mother love for her offspring. I guess all animals are the same. I feel like I should text my mom later. Okay. Well. I see. I'm glad that you took it to its mother. It wasn't easy getting out. It got so easily frightened. Maybe I didn't like you. That's all. Anyways, don't spend all your time hunting trying to be more helpful. Aww. Poseidon by the BUL. VIP up here, send me the raptor star. Didn't the messenger say he saw someone who looked like hotel around here? Hey chef, may I ask you something? Mokotobako's Bancho Sushi. You guys sell vegetable sushis here by any chance? Vegetable sushi? We don't have any. We don't have that on the menu. Normimaki is the closest thing to that though. Not normimaki sushi. I want sushi made with fresh vegetables. Well, it's okay then. I will get going. I have a good one. Wait, this music. It's Hot Pepper Tuna. The title song from my first album. This kind of music intrigues me. You must be MC Sammy. You recognize me. I'm pleased to see one of my fans here. Could you perhaps make me some vegetable sushi then? We don't have some vegetables, but vegetable sushi is not that simple. Give me 3 days and I'll serve you some proper vegetable sushi. Nice, yo. I'll come back in 3 days then. Can't wait. Bancho, you got any good ideas? Nope. Then what's your plan? Odo knows more about vegetables than I do. I was going to ask him. Ah, that makes sense. I'll give him a call. Hello, David. What's up? Oh, one of our customers asked us to make the vessel sushi, and we need to secure the ingredients for it. Huh? Vegetable sushi? That's one of my favorites. The customer knows true taste. Give me some time. I'll have to work through the night. I'll call you tomorrow morning. Nice. I will visit this morning. Oh my gosh. Phew, this place is rather hot. The food is ready yet? Be honest now. I wouldn't chide for you if it isn't. You are. This food will make ingredients skyrocket. Looks like an expensive dish, alright. It looks nice, but will the taste justify its franchise? Try it first. Ah! It's coming to me. Yes! Such powerful inspiration is filling my soul. I haven't felt this way in a while. This rice, it's not easy to find such rice in these parts. How did you? I had some help from a friend. I'm glad to see you like it. If you'll continue making your masterful movies that pluck at the heartstrings, you're welcome to eat here whenever you like. You're quite the man. I like your style. Perhaps next movie should be about a sushi bar. It should feature a man with a missile launcher in one hand. What kind of story is that? In any case, I think I'm all set. Thanks to you. It's a Robot Samurai poster with my autograph. You can have it as a gift. Oh my gosh. Robot Samurai? You can look forward to the next movie. It's sure to be an exhilarating one. Okay. Okay, let's go. Come on. Thank you for the food. Woo! Okay. Let's see. Phew, I should call it a day. It's a long road becoming a great master. Okay, live concert begins with the stream when the high icon reaches the console. Press OK. Use LR to move your hands up and down and hit the green note. When orange notes appears, move LR for a louder applause. Now time to make some cheers. Okay. Okay. That was excellent. Do you want to replay? That was fun, don't get me wrong, but let's see, a new mobile game called Leah's Run is now available. You can play the game from your phone's Game Factory. I like that. Abandoned cave. By the way, Tenjin asked me to bring him the glacial passage key. I must return to Elder's place in the Sea People's village. Yeah, got yourself some sleep, Dave? Yeah, I guess. Yesterday you said you needed ingredients for a vegetable sushi, right? Yeah, some customer were looking for that. But I think sushi tastes best when it's made from fish. Come on over to the farm first. I got something to show ya. Oh, there's a new space. That's right. Just growing rice would be boring now, wouldn't it? I tinkered around yesterday and maybe a garden next to it. A garden? You betcha. A place where you can grow vegetables and fruits. Now just a not just for vegetable sushi, but all sorts of stuff for dishes. Sounds great. Now, since you'll have to manage the farm yourself, I'll give you an explanation. Listen up. First of all, I'll give you some tools and seeds you'll need to farm with. Take care of it. Okay. A vegetable with high sugar content from soft when boiled. Now try planting the eggplants and carrot seeds. I'll give you this. There are 3 bundles in each, so you can fill one row with 2 packets. After planting, don't forget to use the watering can to water them. You get that. Okay, so go over here. Well, you can learn quick. I know you're a great farmer. What you get back from the crops is equal in the work you put in. Stop by often to pull the weeds and water the plants. The status of the crops will be checked in the Farmers Now app, so don't forget to take care of them. Got it. With these, I can prepare the ingredients for vegetable sushi. Honestly, I like this. Oh. Okay, so I need to get 2 corals. The tubes. Then I need to get the 2 lily corals. The striped catfish. Okay. Wow. Let's see. I wonder, actually. No, no! Okay, well, I gave it a shot. You can't get mad for me for trying. I'll just constantly do this till you get the idea. Want some more? I can do this all day. Ha 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 ha! Okay, let's see. Purple sea urchin. Turmeric. Let's see. Continue on down here. Some kelp. Come on. Once I start seeing the ships, I should probably get another dose of oxygen. Or not. No! No white spotted jelly. Come on. Okay. Come on. Okay. Of course. Ah. Okay. So have that. Okay. Unhand me, you demon! I think for now, this is the best option. Okay. I'm a little curious though. Can this... Ooh! I'm taking this with me. Okay. more. Okay. Now just keep moving. Okay. I'm just gonna keep on moving. Hmm. Okay. Let's see. Lily coral. Oh, what is that? Okay. Oh, I need to find a escape pod area. Where's the escape pod? see. Good call. And Lily. One Lily. Wait, damn it! I do this to myself. I don't know what else to say. Oh God. No. No. Finally. Marla, meet. Now you, for chasing me. you. How? Is how? Okay. Okay.
Grupo
Oh, I forgot I need coral courage for the
Corridor.
all the greens have been gathered, so Bunker should make it. Okay, let's get down on this tube. Please no shark thing. Okay. 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 Let's get this out of the way. Okay, blue spotted ice gazer. I do not like that thing. I do not like it. I don't know what it is, and I don't like it. Is that it? Oh my, yes, this is it. Thank you so much. I can finally provide a proper food to my customers. I like to hear about you humans too, so drop by the chat now and then. Okay. Going to the boat. Okay, let's see what happens now. Okay. I'll do that tomorrow. Okay. Ooh. Okay. Wait, can I have a moment with you? Oh, you were a reporter from before. Do you need help with something? Thanks to your help, my boss entrusted me with a new project. I'm sure a promotion would be in order. Well, anyways, tell me, sir, have you seen extremely novel fish inside the giant blue hole? There are fish in many different locations in there. What do you mean not novel? I mean very particular fish, a sort of one that has never been discovered before. Our magazine is a secret weapon fish writer. No, tell us if the blue hole is a treasure trove of undiscovered species. You weekly fish are planning a series of specials over the next few months to showcase these precious new fish. It's called the Catch Them All project. We all research the fish during the week, and if you can catch specimens for us on the weekends, they'll be featured in the specials and will be publishing in the weekly fish every Monday. Yes, Monday. Me, catch them? Well, you are kind of the only diver in these parts, aren't you? I'm not really following your logic. In any case, as we have to have the issue ready by Monday, you'll have to catch the specimen by Sunday evening at the latest. But that's tomorrow, isn't it? This is just too sud. Now then, let's get down to business. The fish we spotted with our radar this week was the humphead parrotfish. Horned parrotfish. I never seen anything like it. The location is close to the boat wreck. That's what I can detect. Oh, and I'll give you this fish detector. If there's a fish you'll need to catch nearby, they'll vibrate and play a sound. Oh, don't be surprised. Guess what this device can do? It allows you to see all the information about the fish, even while diving in the waters. You can see your best grade fish, how many fish, and have in your restaurant, in the fish farm, and more. Is that right? But how is that possible when I don't link my device yet? Oh, you're a bit clueless, aren't you? By the way, good luck then. That's till Sunday or tomorrow evening, to be precise. This is sudden work for a magazine. Couldn't think of it. I think I've seen the boat wreck in passing. Hmm. Okay. Okay. Sushi. Okay. First thing, go to Guangzhou. Carport, something I made before. Yes, there's another sick sea person in the. Here's the ingredients. Alright, hand it over to me. Hmm. Here, corals. I don't imagine them tasting good. Thank you, Bancho. Awesome. I can take this to the sea person at the workshop. Okay. Big eye. Okay. Okay. See people. Hold on, I'm just checking something real quick. Huh. Oh, it's core porridge. We should eat it and rest. Hmm? How can humans make our food? Put it there and go. I'll have to check if it's poison. What an unreasonable sea person. Whatever. Okay. Okay. Huh? There's no customers today. The thing is, there's a seaweed collector named Tucci. The collector provided seaweed to our restaurant. However, Tucci hasn't been coming by, so we're out of all ingredients and can't accept any customers. Oh no, is there a way to contact Tucci? I have a key to Tucci's house, but I can't just leave the restaurant. How did you get the key? Oh, Tucci has a very large pet turtle. I used to go feed it from time to time. Oh, Dave, can you go for me instead? Oh, it must have been tough to not be able to open your restaurant. I can go there. To me, the thing is, it's kind of hard to explain because it's the terrain keeps on changing. The turtle eats so many jellyfish. Maybe there's are traces nearby. Strange. I'll try looking. I'm not sure if King Long's greatness is something humans can understand, though. Let me give you a bit of history. It was the year 1049 of our calendar. There was a sudden burst of magma which has heated the sea, and the sea people were on the verge of destruction. That's when King Long appeared in the front of everyone and claimed that he would solve this problem. He went into the control room, and all the brave, like sobs. He saved the whole village, but he died from his injuries. The thought of it brings tears to my eyes. This conversation sounds strangely familiar. In any case, keep the great King Long in your thoughts as you go about to our village. Let's see. Okay. No, that's not it. So, come on. Come on. Okay. Come on. Okay. Oh, that looks like one of the. Oh, that swallowed the ball. So is that the Megalodon? Okay. Oh god. on. Okay. Okay. No. Okay. Well, I'm not too sure. So was that thing really a Megalodon? Hmm. Well, let's get this over with. Go back to the children. Well, the ball, you really brought it back for us. Phew, it was really scary. You can stay inside the village from now on, okay? Okay. I guess humans aren't all bad, unlike what we were told. Hope to see you again, human. Oh, human, the seaweed farm is ready. I see you got some seaweed seeds. Want to try planting them? Kelp seeds, seaweed seed, seaweed seeds, chantel seeds, agar seeds. Okay. Okay. Just keep swimming. Okay. So, White Lake shrimp. Let's see. Okay. Come on, let's get out of here. I need to look for this fish. Okay. Let's see, is this the way out? Yes, it is. Okay. Just need to keep going up, up. A jellyfish fragment. Maybe there's leftover from the seaweed collector Turtles ate. Let's follow it. I just want to leave. This must be the seaweed collector's house. I hear something inside. Should I open the door and go inside? Okay. Ah! Please help me! Donna might have eaten something weird. She's going crazy. She's been gobbling up the jellyfish. Something's wrong with her. Ah, a human! I guess it's not the time to judge. Please help! What do I do? I'll have to catch her and try clamping her down? Oh gosh. Okay. A plastic bag. Oh, this must belong to humans. It's a plastic bag. Who would throw something like that into the sea? Thank you, human. Now I'll be able to gather seaweed with Donna again. Phew, what a relief. Almost choked on a plastic bag. Was a close call. Anyways, Make sure to relay this message to the humans. Tell them to not throw such things into the sea. Fishing will make living in is unstable. However, I don't understand why they need to throw away such things. If they throw away such horrendous things again, I'll give them a taste of half moon kick. Well, it looks like everything's taken care of. I'll visit Mima's restaurant later. Well, good thing Donna calmed down. He has quite the appetite. Stingray. And of course, I have to go buy that thing. You know what? I killed one. Ah. Megamouth shark meat. Okay, well, I'm taking that. That's what it's called. Hold on. Okay. I'm gonna shot. Okay. Yay! Hey Dave, the crops planted a couple days ago are ready to be harvested. Seriously? They grow that so fast. Haha, all kinds of unexpected things happen at the Blue Hole. We need to prepare the ingredients for vegetable sushi before the customers come. Hurry to farm them. The weather here is incredible. The crops are growing so well. Go harvest them for yourself. Carrots. Eggplants, carrots. Eggplants. Carrots. Eggplants. Wow, eggplants and carrots look really nice. Visit often and show your love. The plants will repay in kind. Now, take them all to help make vegetable sushi. Are there other vegetable seeds as well? I have other vegetable seeds as well. I will send them to a reasonable price if you want them. And don't forget that good ingredients are always what make a good dish. Thanks now. I have to make the vegetable sushi and some white rice. By the way, who ordered the vegetable sushi? Okay. 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 See what Mikey wants. Honestly, I can't seem to find that fish that she's looking for. Okay. I don't recall seeing this kind of layout. Or at least in a while, I haven't really recall. Okay. There it is. Oh god. No! guess a turmeric. Hmm. If you're low on season, you can send staff to get it. It may take a while, so prepare ahead of time. Okay. Hmm. Sorry, I do not have the ability to catch shrimp in the moment. Or seahorses. No! see tiger sharks. Let's see. That's okay. Let's see. Okay. Emperor angelfish? I think I've seen that before. Guess who's coming back? Can't wait. Well, that's what I get for taunting. Honestly, that's probably more value than the fish. Of course, lady. It's another day for revenge. Fighting the sharks. Let's see. Okay. Let's see. Keep on going. Salt. Is it up above? It is. drone. One. Oh, the fish. The catcher fish. I'm not sure. Okay. Excuse me. Oh. Okay, I need to find bullets. Got that. This. Two, three. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. is. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. Swim. There they are. Come on. Come on, okay. Let's see. Okay, well, I fulfilled that special request. Oh, you brought the newest fishman for our collection. The parrotfish with the helm and horns. The readership will go crazy over this. I'm excited to see how many of the upcoming issues will sell when published Monday morning. When the issue's out, we'll bring you a free for your work.
Yeah.
Please keep the goods work. Keep up the good work. Well, if the
Yeah.
Hey, are you ready? Right on time. Have a seat. Okay. Hmm. Yes, this is it. The taste of the vegetable sushi reminds me of my younger days. Your vegetable sushi is perfect. What's the secret? All I did was properly seasoned it, though my acquaintances have provided some assistance with the ingredients. Son? Dad? I wonder who'd eat something like vegetable sushi. I didn't know it was you. I hear people talking about someone who looks like you. That's why I visit the place and ordered vegetable sushi. It has been 8 years since you left, and you never contacted us since. Well, it's a long story. There was a storm and I got shipwrecked and I was unable on an uninhabited island. It was just trees and the sea. I worked hard to get food and water. I sometimes hunted wild animals with a harpoon gun and roasted them. I had spent some years on the island until I got rescued and settled here. What a story, Dad. I wanted to visit home after securing a stable life here. But it's so long and time flew. I'm sorry, my boy. The folks at the village think you abandoned us, Dad. My friends pitied me, and some mocked me. I began writing music and single songs to relieve stress, and I became a rapper. My son has grown into such a fine young man, even without me. I am proud of you, son. I blame you so much at first, but the music healed me, gave me inner peace. Oh, since you've come all the way here, why don't you stay at my farm? Of course, like old times. Since you are all grown up, we can grab some beer together. Okay. What a plot twist. The rapper was the son of Odo. They have been something in common. Both are quite talkative. Yeah, I agree. This is a good thing. Bancho's sushi helps them to reunite. The two must have to say, I hope we resolve their misunderstandings. Okay. Okay. One item sold out. Okay. 3 items sold out. Four. Wow, one was close. Getting all of them. Hello there, a wonderful Monday. Thanks to your help, we were able to get a special in the magazine we issued today. Please keep us the good work, and I'll be back on Saturday. The discovery of a warrior pair fish is increased magazine sales. Hondo has sent you monetary reward for the show of appreciation. Hello, Dave. Have a good night's sleep. Yes, did you spend enough time talking with Sammy yesterday? Of course, we had not seen each other for so long before yesterday, so we definitely had a good time. By the way, I wanted to show you something. Come to the farm if you have the time. What the? Okay. Huh? Chickens? And, Sammy? What happened to your clothes? Hey, yo. I talked to my pops yesterday and got all sentimental, and you know what I'm saying? I became a rapper because I love music, but I got tired of all the celeb life. I think we could use them to cook with. I'll give them to you when you get here. Take them to the cook. So you quit music? No. I was still here to enjoy the rural life and nature while writing new songs, yeah. You know, I can release new songs at any time online these days. It's so easy to do that. Uh-huh. By the way, what's up with the chickens? I shared some food with the neighbors and they gave me this chicken in return. I wanted to make a yummy fried chicken, but my son wanted to let it lay eggs. And he made a chicken farm overnight. He reminds me of my younger self. And I got inspiration from the rhythm of the hammer, you know? It warms my heart to see you and your son together. Speaking of the chickens, from now on, I will offer you eggs at my farm. Oh, eggs, you say? I can't give you more than one egg because there's only one chicken on the farm. If you want more chickens, ask Sammy. Remember, only one egg per chicken a day, no more. There are two grades for eggs, grade A and grade B. Good grade chickens lay good grade eggs. Yeah. I will stay here with my pops and come visit me often, yo. Eggs? Huh. Bunko's menu will be expanded for sure. Oh my god. Got a whole bunch of them. Go to the fish. Let's see, is Sammy still there? What did this pop up? Nope, okay. Let's see, moray eels. So pretty much just one of each so far. So Megamouth Shark, which is honestly one of the most creepiest ones in my opinion, besides the frilled shark. The red beam is okay. The 3-tooth puffer. Sea toad. Why does it look like why is it called that? I'm just curious at this point. Don't even know how to pronounce that one. Pacific fanfish. Fangtooth. The comb jelly. The cookie cutter shark. And blood belly comb jellyfish. So, are these just like they go deeper, deeper and deeper? Oh my god. Okay. Okay, that's a lot of fish. Lots of fish. The cucumberholics? Well, not everyone loves cucumber. In fact, I don't like cucumber either. I can't stand the smell. There are many recipes that use fresh cucumbers. Anyway, they are hosting an event around here. I need to be prepared to boost revenue that day. By the way, I have seen cucumber at the farm. I should go ask Shoto. Oh my god. Okay, that fish comes from the sand, yet it tastes so clean. Let's see, Sammy. Vegetable sushi made by Mr. Bancho. Yo, I can feel the soul put into it. Oto's. After starting work on the farm, I'm just about starving. First time with some free time in a while. The sushi has dots on it. It's pretty cute. This was marbled electric ray, right? Just thought that's the most awesome idea prepared yourself for my next big one. It is. Return to me now. Talk to Otto. Hello, folks. It's a group of people who are just addicted to cucumbers. You can just simply call us the Cucumberholics. If you see anyone picking cucumbers out of their food, tell them they need to learn how to appreciate the true taste of cucumber. We will host a cucumber party in 3 days to educate people on cucumber's great taste. They are delicious and they're great for your skin. Any store owners who serve dishes containing cucumbers may participate in cooking contests. Remember, cucumber is a green love. It's green love. Okay, silver. There's a fish with a long elephant-like snout. The position in its first fin measured around 140 centimeters. It dwells at the depths of 200 to 2,000 meters. In temperatures and tropical waters, it feeds on small fish. Sea toad. I don't recall ever seeing this. A dark brown fish with a large rounded body, short tail, and many spines. It's all around 30 centimeters long, lives in continental inclines and depths of 2,400 and walks on its fins to prey passing animals. The cookie cutter, a deep sea shark measured at 5 meters. It will use its flexible skin to extend its mouth forward and open it up to 1.3 across around found at 200 to 4,500. 4,600 meters. It swallows plankton with its extended mouth. Okay, so I have seen this one before. I just didn't know it was called that. Spider crabs, I've seen them plenty of times. A crab with long legs, orange color, and white spots. It is rough and sharp projections of its body and will grow up to 3.7 meters long. An omnivore is found at 50 to 500 meters. It will feed on the dead fish and other food sources. Three-toothed puffer. Okay. A fish with a yellow-brown body and black spots. It has a huge belly flap that can be opened and closed. It usually dwells near continental shelves at 100 meters or deeper and feeds on sponges and creatures in the Lanium. Okay. Jesus Christ, a giant wolf eel. An enormous vision of a deep sea wolf eel. And powerful jaws, teeth that can crush any. So I'm assuming one of the boss battles is literally a goblin shark. An oversized goblin shark. A painted comber. Giant squid. So swordfish. Crabs. Shrimp. A hammerhead shark. Not too sure what that is. Don't know. Okay. Oh, I could play this again? Okay. Okay, one more time. Then we'll call it a day. Then we get into the astrology portion of this stream. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Hmm? Okay. Okay. Sorry, I'm just checking on some things real quick. Okay. We'll be taking this off because we're not be listening to music, sadly. However, as this will be loading up, we will get into the astrology portion. Debating whether I open this particular software as well. You know what? I'll open it. There's not many charts in this software right here that's opening up. But also just letting you know, unfortunately, due to a variety of scenarios, I do not have many charts in this particular one. So, as you can see here, this is all the charts I have. I used to have way more. However, unfortunately, one of the times when I had to reset my computer to factory mode for a moment, It was to get one of these softwares, these higher end softwares up and running. It unfortunately deleted my entire files within that software. I had like probably like a few thousand. Luckily, I took in the names of like every single individual that I had in that database, so it's not completely lost in terms of like who I originally had in it. But I now had to re-enter every single one of those charts, so that's fun. It's always fun. Anyways, but I'll be showing you through the software as well, primarily because it will break some things down quickly. And this is just a little example, like of all the celestial points I do take into consideration. And I say example very lightly too, because this is not everything. Um, just to give you a heads up, on average, I usually look and play around with around like 200 and something points. Yeah, 284. Yep, that's the exact number. Anyways, as you can imagine, visually speaking, it is very busy for me. So, filtering methods and so forth, and identifying what does and doesn't work is like the top priority in terms of filtering down, identifying what does and doesn't work, how to, pinpoint the appropriate charts and so forth, and all that other goodies. Um, so that's just the gist of what I deal with. I could probably go through. So this is Ixion, this is Core, Pluto, this is Eros, this is Uranus, Neptune, Juno, Saturn, the Moon. This is Icarus. This is Amor. This is Pandora. This is Eris. Yeah, this is Hygeia, Sedna, Mercury, the Sun. This is Cupido. Then we have Chocolo, which is right here, or Charcleo. Vesta, Varuna. This is Pholus, Psyche, Sappho, Fortuna, Chiron, Venus, Jupiter, Mars. This is Astrea. This is Maki Maki. Hamia's over here. We have Urania, Pallas. This is us. Oh, this is Nessus, Ceres. And that's all the points that currently are on here. If you see with this particular software, I could pull up a little bit more and also go back to Helio and Geocentric. However, I should make this clear if you do decide to get this software, which is about $40, honestly, just to get it fully activated, But the issue is you only get the longitudes. You do get some declinations, but like it's only for the main planets that are commonly used in astrology. So like you're not going to get all the asteroids in terms of their declinations and alignments. You're not going to get the dwarf planets or anything of that nature. Just the only exception would be Pluto for dwarf planet. But in classic modern astrology, Pluto would be included by default. But the reason why I'd be showing you this software is because if we change transit to natal plus transit, synastry, secondary progressions, trajectory progressions, minor progressions, and zodiacal directions, arc directions. Here's a variety of just prediction methods and different charts that this software can do. And it's honestly a lot straightforward too in terms of what I be explaining. So as I had mentioned a little earlier, that when it comes to progressions, especially what we'll be focusing, which is secondary and pure progressions for now, um, the best way to describe how they work and function, as you can see here, 1 day equals a year. So a day is a year and a year is a day. That is or how they are calculated and how they are also determined in terms of like significant influences or not. Um, Now we would, in terms of like determining what factors like are most important, especially when it comes to progressions, would usually be broken down to we use a time orb of 3 years, or quote 3 days, technically speaking. Now progressions, a general simple explanation because there's different types of progressions, but the ones we'll be focusing on is, as mentioned, a day is a year and a year is a day. What that means is, in this case, if we want to predict, let's say, an individual at the age of 30, what would the, once they turn 30, an entire year till they hit 31, what's that time frame going to look like for them? So what we'll do is we'll count 30 days after they were born. That 30th day will show the year. So let's say with Saikuno, we want to know what to expect for him in terms of, let's say, 31, 32, and 33 for whatever reason. Well, we're looking at the 31, the 31st, the 32nd, and the 33rd day after he was born to determine what alignments are going to happen at what time of the years. Now, as mentioned, a day is a year, so in others we're breaking 24 hours into a single year. So roughly 2 hours would take over in terms of the month. So roughly 2 hours per month. So whatever alignments that were hitting exact or precise, they will probably last 2 to 3 weeks, or in some cases, even months. Or in other cases, years, because some alignments take like a few days just to hit exact. So their influences will linger according to however long it takes. But that's just the general premises. This one will make it more easier to see secondary progressions and also primary progressions. So, like for example, with Saikuno, we have the secondary progress chart. We can just look at quote transit. We can look at natal. We can take this out entirely and just progress by transit place. We could change that. Slow by arc of the midheaven, or slow by solar arc. Transit. Natal. No. So the sorry, they recently updated this software, so I'm kind of like relearning it a bit. Okay, yeah, so the black is the natal planets and the blue is the transit planets. So when you just look at natal, so all these alignments you see here that are black glyphs, they are the natal planets positions. The blue will be the progression transits. So as we see here, X amount of years, Saikuno's current progression chart shows that the sun is now at 1630 degrees, 16 degrees Cancer, and 30 minutes. Chiron is currently at 28 degrees and 34 minutes. 8 degrees and 15 minutes. Now, what you're hearing is a DMS location. It's one of the many different like forms of coordinate systems that astrologers or even astronomers may use from time to time. Generally speaking, we take a degree, which in terms of distance, and we break it down by quote minutes and seconds. So like when we're saying like, oh, this is like we're getting a little more precise in terms of like how far detail in terms of like the exactness a celestial body or point is. Do note these also coordinate systems are also used from my understanding of navigation, especially if you are in boats. So, like if you're navigating the waters and all that, you'll most likely be hearing or using the DMS like system as well. Excuse me just for a bit. Yeah. Um. Right now, I'm just trying to go to Twitch real quick, just so I can edit my stream so that it's more accurate to what's currently going on right now, which is the astrology portion. So just sit and relax just for a bit. Um, let's see, go over here and edit info. Okay, that seems to be right. Okay, so I'm just noticing the delay, so that just kind of caught me off guard. Okay. Sorry, I'm just a little distracted because I just wanted to look into my messages and well, I've seen a lot of messages that I honestly did not have any notification that they were sent to me. I don't really recall getting this up. Strange. Okay. Let me just pull up something real quick. Delete. Just for the time being. Okay. So, since I have Saikuno up and also Rambu in the other software, we'll be focusing on their charts for the time being. Um, yeah, so let's pull up whoever pops up first, honestly. Yeah, so it's Rambu. Okay, yeah, let's just focus on these planets and points. So in this software, as you probably noticed, this is a different coordinate system. This is literally just decimal points. Since we will be pulling up progressions, just a little keynote. As you see here, um, there's no time separations or time till exact, and there's no dates. So when we want to see that, we will want to click on exact. Now pull it up again, and voila. This shows us how many days it was from being exact and how many days till being exact. So 16 days, so we should see this separating, which it is, separating, and these two are applying, which they are in positive. If they are separating, which is moving away, we see exactly how far exact they were from being separating, from being exact. And we also see how close they are to be exact. Now, with this in mind, we will pull up advanced Magi progressions. So for Rambu, day, month, year. So 2025. Let's say the first, and it'll be November. Upgrade grids. Or we could just progress now. So transfer natal data to main screen, or transfer progress data to natal date. Transfer progress data to transit date in main screen, which we just did that. So here is the progress date. So for 2025, for November 1st, the equivalent astrological date is uploaded right here. Now we want to see how this looks together. Pull up CAC or the CAC chart, and now we have Rambu's current progression. So, as you can see here, this is the second, which was November 2nd, at least based on the chart that I had at the time being. November 2nd is his birthday. Now we're looking at this year, and it currently has the 24, so roughly 22 of age. You can just pull up this, let's double check the accuracy. So we will be looking up birthdays just to show you what I typically use. So there's a variety of databases I use when obtaining birth dates. This is just one of them. Ranboo Live. Yeah, so November 2nd. November 2nd, 2003. And this is 2003. So it is accurate. Pull this back up. So after just double checking that that is accurate still, or at least accurate as can get. Do note I also do use other sources such as IMDb. I use the Astrological Database, Sports Illustrated database, Sports Reference, Forbes, Sunday Times, and so forth. Anyways, but when it comes to progressions, we want to ensure that we do applying only, because these alignments kind of need to be precise to various degrees. So let's say we want to look at the exact for progressions. So now we're seeing the year orbs. So within 0.08 years, so the exact preciseness, Pallas will be in quiquunx to his sun. And the exact date will be the 11th, 29th, 2025 at 14:11 p.m. 14:11 at the evening. So that's just how we would start interpreting these charts. They are a bit interesting, to say the least. But let's say we want to get more precise on each subject of his life. Well, let me just pull up some more celestial bodies just so we can get a better look. First things first, we'll pull up this basic mandatory celestial points. So we'll pull up that. We'll pull up Odin, Midas, Isis, Achilles, Varuna, Sedna, Ixion, yeah, so with Ixion, Isis, and Odin, these are known as amplification points, and they're actually positive amplification points. When it comes to Varuna, it is a negative amplification point. Xanthus, Lilith, Sappho, Varuna, and Sedna, these are all challenging points. So they all are very crucial to their own extents. Odin, Midas, Isis, and Ixion, they're all relatively positive overall. Now with Midas, it is an amplification point to a degree. Now, it does not amplify every single point that it is with it. The only time when it does do so is if something relates to finances. If it doesn't relate to finances, it's not going to do anything other than that. So that's just the unique situation with it. Also, with Ceres, since we see all these points right here, these are neutral points. So the plus with the minus is indicate it's a neutral point. But the thing is with Ceres, it's an amplification point. So all these are neutral amplification points. And they sort of lean more towards either positive or negative, depending on what additional celestial bodies are included. So with Ceres and Chiron, this leans a bit more to positive because of Chiron. But let's say Ceres and Lilith, this kind of leads a bit more negative. So those are just like some key things just to keep in mind. But overall, they are relatively neutral. Now, when it comes to celestial bodies where you see this plus plus, these are straight up pure positive alignments. If you just see two minus signs, like right here with the Saturn Mars, it is very much a pure negative alignment. Now, just also do note that when it comes to Saturn, it usually is the antithesis, the negative components of whatever the additional celestial bodies is. So a lot of the negative or opposites in terms of the positive components kind of play around a bit, just a bit. For example, let's say Saturn and Chiron. Well, Chiron is sort of like very much like true love. It's very much like the career is going well, free will. Saturn, Chiron, especially if we're talking about in transits, pure regressions, or anything else of that nature, it's going to be playing out more of heartbreak. It's very much destructive, seen at your worst. And heartbreak is also more universal in this context. So not just romantic, but also like financial heartbreaks. There's also instances and scenarios where like devastating results, a sort of like lost control of your future or loss of control of free will, for example. Like that is sort of like also what the Saturn Chiron midpoint, especially as a transit or even Magi progression, would be playing. So that's just some of the key points to keep in mind. Do note we'll also be pulling up just some massive significant points as well. Will we actually include these in the analysis? Probably, probably not. Kind of goes with how I feel. Or if you have any questions in regards to some of these points, so like how they play out with not just their charts, but in charts in general, that you can kind of use to get a better understanding of what to expect for yourself if you have similar alignments, you kind of get like this better idea. But right now, we'll just be pulling up all the mandatory points. So there's roughly 6 Saturn midpoints. So if you're pulling up any chart, you want to look at these 6 points for Saturn by default, which is the Saturn Jupiter midpoint, the Saturn Chiron midpoint, the Saturn Neptune, the Saturn Pluto, the Saturn Sedna, and Saturn Uranus. You also sort of want to look at the exact same points but with Jupiter instead. So in this case, the Jupiter Chiron midpoint, the Jupiter Neptune midpoint, the Jupiter Pluto midpoint, the Jupiter Sedna, and the Jupiter Uranus midpoint. So this will be 5 in total, while this will be 6 because Jupiter and Saturn. And if you want to go even further in detail, you can include the Chiron midpoints, you can include the Neptune midpoints, Pluto midpoints, Zeta midpoints, and so forth. Also do note, not only just Saturn does the negative midpoints that you need to keep in mind and look at, but also Sedna also does the exact same thing. So looking at both Sedna midpoints and Saturn midpoints, like those are like your key main components that you want to look into. But keep in mind, not every single celestial body really pulls up, at least in terms of this software, unless I have to pull up some few things to see those points. For example, there's not a single Odin midpoint in this software, however, it can calculate them and tell me exactly where they're at. So it kind of makes up for itself in some ways, in a variety of ways at least. Now, granted, it does pop up with some errors, and I and a couple other fellow members of the society, we have noticed it does this from time to time. However, we also notice at the exact same time that the software does also provide other features where it inadvertently kind of catches those errors. But you have to double check with a few features back and forth just to ensure if what you notice is randomly missing, actually truly missing from the software, or is it something that you can sort of just like look at. Now, when predicting charts, there's many different points as you can tell. However, if it kind of depends on what kind of charts you are looking at, that should be your focal point to start with. Usually speaking, if let's say you're looking at a birth chart for a person and just one person, the primary focus should be like the sun position and whatever is interacting with the birth or natal sun. For like predictions, like that should be your key point. If we're looking at, let's say, compatibilities or synastry, for example, of like just whatever, like couples, for example, or business partnerships, or whatever the case may be, you would want to take in consideration of looking at Chiron. Reason being because Chiron shows the relationships as a whole in general. So, but as we can see here, for the age of 22, roughly, let me just move this down over here for now. We'll be pulling up the sun points. So the key points of our interest should be usually within the 3-day time, quote, the 3-day, or in this case, the 3-year time orbs. Those will be a massive significance to us to various degrees. So we have the sun, so Pallas and quincunx to the sun, Juno, which is semi-sextile to the sun. We have Midas, semi-sextile to the sun. Saturn, which is 35.49 years from being exact. This would be exact at, yeah, so April 30th, 2061. And this is actually very negative. But in terms of in the moment, these 3 points have the most significance for what this and the next 2 to 3 years look like for Ranbu, and what he will overall be experiencing throughout the 2 to 3 years. So, with Pallas quincunx the sun, this definitely is a time for like focusing on making digital content. We should also expect him to also be focusing for situations of like making and organizing plans, making digital content, organizing or choreographing, making choreography, even script writing, anything that's like sort of like logical and like building sequences and so forth. Whether it's programming or making a video game or something else of that nature, like we should definitely be seeing this heading towards being exact. And if he is working on a movie or a film, for example, we should expect it to most likely come around like November 29th, roughly, or some massive project or an announcement of sorts. Um, with Juno semi sextile to the sun, Juno is sort of an interesting point. It's sort of lean a bit more negative in my opinion, primarily because like it is of like dreams and inspirations and all that, sure, but also it's also delusions and like self-deluding. It can times be of like narcissism or narcissistic like traits. It is of the glamour. It is like this rock star lifestyle where like sex and drugs or the addictions can also manifest from time to time. Like sure, the mass fame and recognition and also creativity or glamorous lifestyle, but also at the exact same time like there's those negative cons kind of like intertwined or interconnected with it is very likely as well. Also, Juno is also a very super sexual planet as well. So he could be going through not necessarily like a quote like high phase, but it is very likely like if he is interested, he's probably going to be playing around and not really looking for a short long term relationship. Not guaranteed, but depending on every other alignment, it may be the case. But also, Juno does open doors for actual relationships. So, like, it's not true love, but it does open the basic doors for at least starting a relationship. So, he also has the likelihood of also finding a date or some lover that will be of great, that'd be like a great choice for him. With Midas interacting with the sun, Midas, as I mentioned earlier, it is an amplification point, but it's usually leaning towards towards finances. So we should be expecting like Rambo definitely is going to be a situation where he's making a lot of money, or situations of like finances is on the line, or whatever he is thinking or planning would somehow link to finances or making money or his luck, his golden touch essentially will like create a new form of like signature to create more money and him benefiting or profiting off of it. But we can also look further into these points overall. So we can look a little further. So with Jupiter Uranus, this is actually making a very powerful alignment where it's going to last 217 years for Rambo alone, roughly. And we also have another powerful alignment of Ixion, which lasting 90.48 years for him. So these are very two powerful driven like alignments of how long they're lasting. Now, this points from my understanding of how fast they move on a day-to-day basis is most likely going to be a series of them getting close to exact, but then they'll sort of like separate, move backwards for a few years, then slowly come back to applying. So like you're going to see long-term waves of them hitting close to exact, but then they'll back off, hitting close to exact, back off. But overall, like if Rambo somehow lives this long, he probably barely, he'd be very old to say the least in terms of like when this hits exact finally. But of course, let's be honest, we're humans, so likelihood is very unlikely, but still, so overall, this indicates that he is very much going to be like a very famous individual. Um, since this is progression, and this is actually one of the most powerful alignments for midpoints, So, like when midpoints are in 30 degrees or 60 degrees from a celestial body, that counts as an enhancement by default. Why? Because their opposite side, or their 180 point, is making the trine, which is an enhancement, or even quiquux, which, depending on the celestial body, is an enhancement. Or celestial bodies involved in creating that midpoint is an enhancement. So, as a default, 30 and 60 degrees, depending on what the celestial or midpoints are, will be considered a enhancement. And this is one of the most favorable ones by default as well. So, as I mentioned, the Jupiter Uranus midpoint. So, during this time frame for the rest of his life, essentially, we should be seeing super fames, talented at dealing with the public and audiences, great natural ability in areas ruled by Uranus, so including general public, politics, entertainment industry, mainly moving and broadcasting, telecommunications, and any public performances, including political speeches, acting, and modeling, flying, space travel, technology, and other agents of change. Uranus also rules recognition, so this pairing means being fully recognized and accelerated for accredited for achievements. So essentially, lifelong massive achievements. And with Ixion over here, it's of skills, talents, sort of like mastery work of like building and improving to meet said talents. And this is also pretty much as lifelong as well. So this is very much like two long-term favorable alignments that are just going to forever exist in Rambu's life. Now we also will be seeing for 35.49 years. Now this will be very minimal, but slowly we will see like things like depressions probably building up. We'll also see sort of like self-hatred, like as the years progress, slowly build up. But since it's in the very like far away in the moment, they will get worse once it hits like the 3 year benchmark of it being exact. Or at least it'll be very noticeable. So, as for example, if he were to, let's say, start going to therapy at some point, but well before then, and continue to be going to therapy, especially before the 3 years and during the 3 years, once like this time for sort of like this ends, he can essentially, if he wants, graduate from therapy and no longer go to it if he chooses to do so. Because sort of like those the cloud over the heads, that depression or self hatred or hatred toward others, the violence or whatever it is that manifested within 35 years from now will cease to exist once it hits. Now, over here, with the sun, all these are sort of like lifelong interactions. And like I said, like it's sort of a situation where it gets close to being exact, or it will fade away, or it gets close again, fade away. But these are pretty much going to be this consistent for the rest of his life. And this one, which is Sun Pluto, this one is the most powerful alignment. Sorry, that interpretation popped up. I need to change that. So it popped up for compatibility. That's why. But as you can see here, this is one of the most powerful alignments overall. So this overall suggests like for the rest of his life, business focused transits, milestone transits more than a lifetime. This is where Rambu is the most competitive, determined, and to make his mark in the business world. This transit also is a sign that Rambu's business sense, his business sense is at its peak, and what he does is more likely to work than usual. This is not the time to essentially sabbatical. This is among the longest lasting transits and imperative that him taking advantage of it, working extra hard now towards an achieving his goals, his career goals. Many people attain trans milestones in their careers during such transits, but this transit does not normally help you to make money from investments just from your career. So, as we can see, like lifelong, this is what we should expect for Rambo for his entire life, essentially. Now, let's take it off the sun, and we put in Earth. Now, change this to heliocentric. Now we sort of see some additional alignments. First things first, nothing interacting with his point. His progression suggests that within the 2-3 years orbs, we should expect this negative component to really manifest itself within the 2 to 3 years. So, with the Saturn Jupiter midpoint, this is known as the blunder midpoint. It is sort of like two opposing opposites kind of interacting and intertwining with each other in such a bizarre, interesting way. So with the Jupiter Saturn, these are two opposites as I mentioned. So we will get very interesting and completely contradictory like alignments, but they're all true at the exact same time. But since this is negative, we should expect the negative symbols to really be showing themselves during this next 3 years for Rambo, which is extreme. Grace is a positive one, but we should see more of intense intense obsessions, paranoia, dark desires, nuclear, devastating mistakes, bad judgment, confusion, agitation, distress, overwhelming, high stress, clashes of wills, different outlooks, little room for accommodation or compromise, immorality, or even failure is sort of like what we should be expecting for the next 3 years for Rambo, unfortunately. But of course, this only will be hitting exact, especially like this will be prolonging overall, and this isn't a 3-degree orbs. However, my bad, it's in a 45, 32. So this is probably one of the things that we should be expecting within the far future. Really, probably like what Rambo will be going through in terms of like causing the depression is probably like once he hits like what was it like 45, so like yeah, like 60 something, like he probably just going to start hitting a wall, so he's going to be more depressed. Like not that it's going to last lifelong or anything, but it's like he probably is going to realize or have an unfortunate awakening essentially of like he's probably old and probably not going to be well suited for doing whatever it is he wants to do. So the depression would very much like hit him in such a way where it interferes with his career if he lets it. But that's just some of the alignments. With Sappho interacting with Earth, this is not really ideal per se, because with Sappho, it is very much like anxiety driven. It's sort of obsessions, it's OCD, big time, paranoia, sort of like the traumatized inner child. Like it is very much as pure anxiety driven and anything that is like that. So like let's say for example he is probably like considering like making investments into the stock market for example. He's very much prone to like be obsessively like watching the stock markets move, whether it's like leaning towards positive, negative, and he probably be taking all his money out of genuine fear. So like instead of like letting things probably grow on their own, where he can reap the benefits later, he's probably going to make a lot of sort of like calls to the point where he inadvertently would probably shoot himself in the foot, metaphorically speaking. So he'll need to be very cautious, especially within the once like 3 years kind of like are over done with. He is more likely to incline to be like hit anxiety. His anxieties will be at an all-time high. Ceres is overall making amplification point. As mentioned, Ceres is the amplification point. It's very neutral. It's definitely more like business first, personal relationships second type of ordeal. It's very much like realism, practicality, entrepreneurship, financial success, and focus, goal centric, materialistic, often selfish, can be unethical at times. What else? Amass wealth and just general business. So like during for like these next 8 years, we should definitely see like a business like mentality popping up for Rambu overall, and this is overall a pretty good positive alignment of it. Saturn is making a sextile with it, and again, it's kind of lasting for 40 years, so we should expect like the depression, as I mentioned, like depression, self-hatred pop up within 40 years from now, or at least slowly building till it hitting like some type of precise actions of that, unfortunately. But let's look at Pluto. So normally after looking at Sun and Earth for the dimensions, actually let's pull these back up. So we're looking at the Zodiac 12, but there's other Zodiac systems that we need to take in consideration, such as the Zodiac 5, Zodiac 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 13. So as you see, these all pop up with different results. Let's focus on the Zodiac 5. So far, nothing in Geo or Helios, so he's good on that component. Now with Zodiac 7, he does have a Heartbreak alignment. So let's see when that is hitting exact. That's in 6.67 years. So this is a very much a red flag. These two are actually very positive, so he is overall very good, especially for the long-term years, but this one is very negative. So what he should expect, especially within 6.67 years, which is so the Saturn Chiron midpoint. It represents heartbreak, devastating mistakes, bad judgment, being seen at your worst failure, change, changes of a marriage are chances of marriage are reduced, divorce, destruction of family and relationships of all kinds, unhappy environment, disloyalty, and yeah, that's pretty much it, really. So, unfortunately, if Rambu ended getting into a relationship, it's probably going to last roughly about like 3 to 6 years, roughly before it ends up in heartbreak. Or in some case, he'd probably be experiencing something very traumatic. If it's not in personal relationships or something, it probably is like in like whatever he was building for like business or like some type of short term or something that was meant to be long term or lifelong, but unfortunately was met with an abrupted end. So that's the unfortunate reality of what he should be expecting within 6.67 years. And again, these are just predictions. If he takes the necessary like precautions of like identifying what it is that's going on, these can be avoided without an issue. And honestly, it wouldn't manifest in any severe negative results. But with Jupiter interacting with the Sun, we'll just pull up this interpretation for you. Oh, it wouldn't pull that up. But generally speaking, this is like sort of like seen at his best and seen in a very good light. So for the next 38 years, he's overall going to be seen in a very good light. So this very heartbreaking event, he's going to be seen in the overall great light, but he's definitely going to be dealing with a heartbreak situation or scenario upcoming. What he says over here, sort of the path to fortune. So, like the path of fortune, being seen as like a super famous or high elite individual, will be definitely lasting for 14.43 years. So he'll be reaping the benefits of that as long as he stick true to what is going on. What did Jupiter Uranus, as I mentioned, this is super fame, and this one is going to be lasting for 42.44 years. So he'll definitely see a massive spike, at least long term, for fame and so forth. With Xanthus over here, Xanthus is actually in the 3-year degree orb. Yeah, the 3-year orb. So what this would suggest for him is actually he needs to be very kind of cautious because Xanthus has the tendency of like being the asshole. It is also known as a serial killer point, and this is both metaphorically and literal. It is known for that. It's also known to be a situation, bring about situations where like very much like self sabotage. It's quite a few things. Let me just pull up the exact list of keywords so I can give you all possible like situations of it. It's all not good. So he'll definitely need to be cautious as long as he doesn't like self sabotage himself. So, but yeah, Xanthus is definitely a challenging point overall. So we should expect some issues, at least towards himself, or inflicting him in some form of way. Unfortunately, um, let me see. Xanthus is also sort of interacts with mental health. So sort of like the self-hatred, self-destruction like behaviors to various degrees. It's self-sabotage. It's a component of addiction. And yes, like drug addiction or some type of substance addiction. So he definitely needs to be cautious with like what he may be introduced to because he is prone to have a high addiction of whatever that substance is, which is not really ideal. It's also a dark trad cluster B type celestial body as well. So it is something to be a little bit cautious about during this time frame for the next 2.4 years. 2.41 years. So there's that. Um, full keywords. So it also suggests that he could be quote. We should definitely see a antisocial type of ordeal. Now here's a little bit lighter components, as I mentioned. It's a bit lighter, but still something to be cautious about. Which he may be appear to be antisocial for the next 2 to 3 years. Very much rebel, a taboo breaker. So very much any and all things that are very much considered taboo, he very much be having that wide open. So we should expect more embarrassing situations or scenarios where he may call himself out. Unfortunately, whether it was intentional or not, it will be popping up. It's a cluster B personality disorder, is likely to occur or like traits of a cluster B personality disorder. We should also expect sort of like the why not attitude, just do it. Um, Unfortunately, during this next 2 to 3 years, he is most likely going to be in a situation or loops of fuck around, find out. Um, he'd be probably like making dares to himself, unfortunately. Fascination or obsessions with the forbidden. Addictions, more particularly like chasing a high. Um, Grandiose entitlement, killer instinct, wickedness, reckless, no respect for anything, self sabotage, self undoing, permission to be bad, essentially, permission to do evil, permission to sink to the lowest, push past taboo. In this case, we should also be expecting, unfortunately, like feeling or being driven by negative urges or a grand dose of entitlement during this time period for Rambo for the next 2 to 3 years. So he needs to be very cautious and very much well aware of not to act upon said urges. Otherwise, he'll be unfortunately chasing some type of a high from doing said activities or behavior. And it's only going to get worse for the 2 3 years if he does chooses and follows and acts upon said activities. So, hence why he need to be cautious. Now, with the Zodiac 8, this isn't just pure like negative alignments. So what we should expect is like unhappiness big time is probably manifesting for Rambo. We should also see like the negative. Well, let me just double check. Oh, this is 180, so this is actually a positive alignment. But sadly, it is separating from what I can see. From what I can see here. But this is relatively positive overall, so since it is applying, it's most likely be lasting for roughly 48 years or have some sort of like influence for him in that regards. So he should have some support in terms of like being seen in a positive light or the positive light influencing him positively in some form of way. As mentioned, he is probably going to deal with the blunder alignments, and this is a 45.32 years, from being exact. But with Neptune interacting with Earth, as you can see here, this is definitely going to be like one of those excessively long years or situations where like it's pretty much going to be lifelong. So we're going to see a situation as time progresses of like essentially like inner peace is not very stable. It's probably going to be lead to like unhappiness, a sense of spiritual drainage, and things of that nature, unfortunately. But those are just some of the interpretations that can occur. Let me just move that over here. I'll be making a little post on Twitter and also Instagram and Facebook and all, and just so like if you miss these charts or you kind of want to reference back to them, you have them. Do note, unfortunately, we will be sticking with a possibly to like 4 to possibly 8 chart or random examples. But these are just secondary progressions, and I think I should just kind of pull this up for you real quick. Excuse me. So what we're going to be looking at real quick is the pure progression. So pure progressions is we look at the progressions themselves, but instead of interacting with the birth chart, they are very much sort of like just on their own. So in terms of power of like influence, progressions, so pure progressions followed by secondary progressions. Then we have the personal transits, then the universal transits in terms of like a hierarchy of terms of powerful alignments to the weakest. So pure progressions, which is what we're looking at for Rambu right now. This is like the one of the strongest points. So Let's take these points out real quick, just so we can highlight and focus on what synchronization is the strongest influence for Ranbu. So as we do that, so with the sun, so Saturn, Pallas, Neptune. So Saturn and Neptune, Pallas does not interact, which is quite interesting. But nonetheless, they interact with the sun. So at this point, we see a pure progression of Saturn quincunx to Neptune, since the sun is focusing on that. Let's just hold this up here. So 19.79 years. So we should expect for the next 19.79 years, the strongest influence for Ranbu is massive depression, or the sense of like spiritual drainage, or like some like unpeace in terms of the home or personality like situations, but it's only going to progress. Like it may be non-existent right now, but as time progresses, especially within like roughly 20 years, we'll start seeing it manifest itself, unfortunately. Also during the day, so for this entire year, we should see him pretty much master and build up to his true potential, and also this entire year as well. We also should expect him to have huge amounts of blessings and so forth in relations to friendships, brotherly love, or sisterly love, or some type of higher love, friendships, relationships. We should also expect him to also possibly be doing charity work, or more inclined to do so in some form of way. He also is more likely to be sharing or caring about others as well during this next couple of years. And that's sort of the thing that's going to be happening for him. Also, as we can see here, Xanthus, as I mentioned, like he'd probably be chasing high, or prone to like chasing something of that nature. We'll also should expect like super success, super talented, or mass riches. Like a high stagnating wealth. Like whatever it is, we should expect a high peak of financial success. So if Ranbu is able to create or incorporate a business, especially by August 16th, it will be very super successful overall. But do note, progressions do not natalize. What only does natalize is your personal transits and the chart that you chose. So with progression, and this is actually pretty great news, because with progressions, as I mentioned, a day is a year and a year is a day. So like these transits, they actually last for excessively long time. So like if you're dealing with so many like negative alignments, these are lasting for a year. So like you can have this constant years of just like absolute bad luck from just the progressions alone. The mere fact that they don't natalize, that means you can do whatever you want and get the benefits of whatever those short-term windows were. And you don't have to deal with the long-term negative or consequences of the progressions to get the best of the best. So that's sort of like the best scenario for yourself. So if you were to select a good astrological day, you want to look at your personal transits, not the progressions. Progressions just tells you what the year will look like, and also the massive influences throughout the year. That's pretty much it. But with your personal transits, that's sort of like your relationship and what you can lock in. But as I mentioned, in this case, if Rambo has a business or something, we should see like a long-term trend of like it's going to hit some type of peak before something else will be kicking in. With Isis interacting with Jupiter and so forth, we should see like a massive path to fortunes and all that. In relations to his luck, also we should be expecting him to sort of like his ambitions, drive, and determination is sort of like the driving force for those progressions of that path of fortunes or to like that luxurious like quote yellow brick road to success. Also with Sedna interacting here with the Jupiter Sedna midpoint. This is sort of like an interesting contradictory point as well. It's sort of like, as I mentioned, like the Jupiter Sedna, like Jupiter Saturn midpoint, where like you're going to see negative components like pop up back and forth. So like you'll see like extreme success, you'll see like extreme determination, but also popping up at the exact same time. Like you'll probably be seeing super like ambition or like tendencies to ignore regulations or like going behind the law or like using some type of like unethical gains or getting help or getting like a combination like accumulation of like respect that was not deserved or something else of that nature. That's sort of like what the Jupiter Sun midpoint sort of brings up. I have seen it actually apply with like corrupted politicians or religious leaders. I also have noticed in some cases like it pops up with situations where I refer to as like alphaba point where like you see like extreme intelligence, but also like situations where like the quote concept of like being good or bad or extremely wicked and extremely good, like there's that interesting blurred line where like if you follow these exact extremes of the Jupiter Sedna midpoint, you start kind of like fall into like this very weird category where it's not that far off from you being falling into one category or the other, or both, or neither at the exact same time. So hence kind of like why I suggest this is like the alpha midpoint in my like experience and what I've seen. Let's see, this is a negative point, but also positive amplification as well. We're also seeing a negative midpoint interacting with it, so that's not good. We also see another one, so we should see and expect more negative alignments where delusions, where he's probably like following a fantasy or being perceived as very like successful or happy and all that, but unfortunately, like it's going to intertwine with like too much of something or too much of everything. In this case, it's probably going to be heartbreak or being seen at his worst, but at the exact same time, being seen at his worst will benefit him, where he's seen at his positive, strangely enough. But also, with Neptune being involved into the pattern partially, at least we should also expect a situation or circumstances in which, like, that creative joy is sort of like creativeness and joy is what make him seem positive, being seen in a positive light, but also again that contradictions is also be playing it well, be playing and contributing as well. And again, like that, we see that rock star like lifestyle as well, interacting with his career in some form of way. But yeah, that's sort of just some of the many components that we can kind of see and get an idea of. Let me just kind of filter down to like a key random point that is of massive significance or of interest. We'll go over it, and that's about it for this particular example. Let's focus on So let's see. Yeah, let's focus on the Venus. Yeah, so natal is Venus, Jupiter, Saturn, Isis. So pull this up. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. I'm just trying to see place this. Well, um I'm just trying to make sure like this is like okay enough in terms for when I make that post. Open. I'm just going to pull this up right here for now. And okay, so so in this example, we have Rambu's pure progressions of Venus, and all these are pretty much going to be short term. And also, if we look at Ceres, most of these are also just as short term as well. So with Venus, it is like of the money, like the cash flow, it is like where you can make money as well. It is the point of beauty, luxuries, and so forth. So, right here we can kind of get a good idea. With Ceres is also a financial point. It's also an amplification point. It is a mass business and wealth. It is the point of entrepreneurship. So we should expect him to like be making money through entrepreneurships, like or deals, a business mentality or mindset, or business only mindset. He's going to be making money in terms of like Isis, so like in fame, being as seen as an elite of sorts, whether it's like a self-made royalty or as royalty itself. A massive great luck, so like massive championship as well. So like these are very powerful, positive alignments in which he is more likely to make money. So like whatever it is, especially like if it's in business or creating some type of company or organization, he is able to like make that massive amounts of money. And again, like with those three amplification points as well, well, two of them is definitely going to like be the most positive thing to happen to him in some form of way. Hold on. just getting another thing kind of just ready on the go. Okay. Okay. I'll just focus on that later, I suppose. But yeah, overall, that's sort of like the interpretation that we should be expecting. Um, well, let's bring in the CAC. So let's see what other point or points interact with that. And we'll just talk about that synchronization. So Jupiter Venus Jupiter, we should see Ceres and Pallas. Well, as we can see here, these points would be interacting in some form of way, with like Jupiter interacting with Ceres, but that is separating, but the Pallas Jupiter synchronization is still kind of interacting with it. So what we should expect is also during Pallas and Jupiter for the next 7 or so years is immense luck and blessings in terms of him succeeding in content creation. We should see him in terms of succeed in whether it's digital products and or services, digital entertainment, music making. We should also see massive success in terms of situations of like being a content creator overall, planning, organizing, or writing scripts or whatever the case may be, composing music, playing instruments, whatever the case may be. Now, let's focus on Sykkuno. So we'll uncack that. Load up Sykkuno. But let's just see what alignments be pulling up for Sykkuno. So we pull up everything else. Okay. We pulled up that. Okay. Pull up Mega Drive progressions again. Oh, okay. Well, next time. Now, update grids. So we have that progress chart. Let's pull up the CACs. So in elections for Sykkuno, we are seeing Sedna being played, and this is sort of just going to be lasting for a very long time because Sedna is a very slow moving planet. So we should see inclines or progressions of like tendencies of like ambitions and drive being played to its fullest. Also like the competitive or even like success driven like mentality as well. Those are some of the positive alignments that we should expect. Overall, he should be happy and at peace. However, this is separating to various degrees, or at least we should see that being applied. This is still applying, but again, it's going to be last long, so he should be very much like experience the rest of his life to be very much peaceful. He's going to be very much have like that eternal youth look. So for whatever how old he is, he'll always look very good for his age. So that's something we should be expecting for the rest of Sykkuno's life. Within the next 5.57 years, Vesta is parallel to Sun. So in this case, we should expect that with Sykkuno, he has a very much the strong urges to be friendly, be sharing and caring about his friends or others. He's probably most likely be very much like likable or agreeable individual during these next 5 years or so. So those are just some of the positive components with the Earth interacting with Senna. This is a negative alignment, and it's going to again be a long year. So we're more likely going to see like very negative components of Senna applying itself in his life. With Uranus interacting with the Earth, this will last for roughly 156 years. So again, this is lifelong. It's going to be a situation where like it gets close to being exact, but then starts separating, but still in alignment. Then close to being exact once again, and it's just going to be a series of that. So that's just the whole situation with Sykkuno's in terms of Uranus interacting with Earth. With Saturn Jupiter midpoint interacting with the Earth, we should see this last for roughly 27 years. And as I mentioned, this is sort of like the blunder. This is like being seen at its worst, devastating mistakes, and so forth, and even failure. Now let's look into his Chiron. Let's Okay, this is much more. Oh, this is an unfortunate series of alignments. So this is a negative point. Yes, it's a midpoint. And with midpoints, when they are in opposition to a celestial body, they are considered enhancements. However, again, this is kind of broken down to what celestial body it is. If they are an enhancements and they're very much transit, that means they are very much active. And most of the, if not close to all alignments, positive or negative, it's going to be negative or a negative component, either very strong or very weak. In this case, with the Saturn Neptune midpoint, which is interacting, which is right here, and it is very much applying to his Chiron, this is negative nonstop. Negativity at its worst. Juno also interacting over here. This is also not an ideal situation. As we can see here, this is going to last for roughly 3.60 years. And this is a turbulent Juno, like a deception transit. Enormous amounts of misinformation, deception in this world. Obviously, there's a lot of planets represent deception and misinformation. Actually, there is two of them. Saturn and is one, and Juno is the other. Usually, mischief promotion by Saturn and is more sinister than that of Juno, but not always. So sinister transit by Juno is while transiting Juno is applying to your natal Chiron, you'll become more likely to be deceived by others. So Psychono is likely to be very gullible, unfortunately, for the next 3 years or so. And he is more likely to deceive himself. Obviously, this means now that is not a good time for him to make investments or financial decisions or any other important decisions that matter. At the same time, people around him are less likely to view him in the most favorable light. They are more likely to question him and his judgment. So that's just some of the many negative components for Saikuno. And again, this is also like being seen in his worst light. With Saturn, the Saturn Pluto midpoint, what this would suggest is a desire for a monumental enforced change, the ability to overhaul or drastically change and dominate a profession, industry, field, or an area. This pairing is different from the Saturn Neptune midpoint pairing because this pairing there is a strong willingness and desire from bringing about change in any way deemed necessary and any cost, including violence if there is a Saturn aspect to Mars in the subject's chart. So let's just focus. See if Mars is included 26.26, and this would be so violence is also very likely to occur, whether towards or against him in some form or way. But of course, it's not interacting with Chiron, but still something very much need to be cautious about, unfortunately. So Ceres squares. This is a financial upheaval transit, so this is now really a great thing, especially with how he chooses to live his life. With Pallas also interacting, this is like the only helpful alignment, but again, it's for logical sense. This is sort of the, as I mentioned, like sort of like a chasing a high alignment, if not, if his ability to follow safety issues is ignored, he's probably going to be a situation where he's chasing a high of like doing bad deeds or something of that nature, or sinister or questionable behavior, and is just going to intensify and be obsessive like situations. What else? Pallas is interacting with Chiron, so again with the planning of situations is kind of helpful, and also with the Chiron Jupiter midpoint is also like his career is overall going to be seem very pretty much good. But overall, this is like a very negative components where it's just not going to be great for him. Like it wouldn't. Like violence is also implied to his Chiron, so that's not even better. But that's sort of like the unfortunate situations for him, sadly. Yeah, let's pull up another person's chart. Take out the cax. Let's look at hmm. Let's pull up Pokemains. And pull let's just look at the sun, earth, apply. We will then be pulling up Pokemon under here as well. And let's choose change this up. And then CAC. So we have two positive alignments, two negative alignments, and one minor positive. We also have one positive over here. And from the looks of it, it's going to last quite a long time. So there is that. And this will get close to being exact within next year. So with Mercury, it's most like obviously we're not going to see that till next year in terms of its manifestation. But overall, we should expect a lifelong blessings, lifelong positivity essentially for Pokemon. Um, with Sun interacting with Sun, so pretty much like during this time frame of the year, and for this particular year as well, she's very much going to be in her element. I just realized I messed up on a photo. Oh well. But with Xanthus also interacting with the sun, that's not good. So it's pretty much like if any dark urges or ability, it's like it's very much going to be reaching a peak during this time of the year, but it will end during September 5th, 2026. So as long as Pokemon sort of like keep things to herself type of ordeal, she should be doing rather well. We also see Super Success interacting with Pokemon as well, in terms of like being super famous, being like recognized for her achievements and accommodations and so forth, and her efforts and all that. It's definitely much like a high fame, and it's definitely going to last for 10 more years. The Saturn Pluto midpoint, this is like devastation, but this is going to like be from 30 to 40-ish years from now. So nothing too bad or to be worried about. Now, this is also a very positive enhancement. So there's one, two, three, three positive alignments, and two negatives. So overall, within the year, pretty much super fame, super success, immense blessings, very much in her element. Her psychological and emotional components is very much aligned as well, but with some minor issues here and there of like probably being able to convey how she feels or thinks is most likely what's going to be occurring throughout the year. Also with Saturn Senna, so like we're gonna see like probably like immense self-destructive behaviors slowly manifesting themselves in some form of way. Um but let's see. Yeah, it's gonna be so far into the future where like she's most likely good. Like she probably will never see the full accumulation of negative alignments occurring for her. So she's overall like in the very good, if not ideal, situation in terms of the year. Yeah, so we're gonna be going to do our last chart. Let's pull up Valkyrie. Change this. See what is an interesting point. This is all going to be a very good year for her. Hold on, real quick. Okay, so now we're looking at Valkyrie's progression charts for 2026. Let's look at Odin. Okay, this is a bit more interesting. So, immense blessings in relations to her personal relationships and how she works and deal with each other. There will be some issues in terms of like she may very much be in doubt or very pessimistic about what she has as a true blessing, though. So we'll see like a situation where she's probably like needing comfort from friends during this year because like she's doubting like her own like what she has as a true blessing or not. So like she may unfortunately may appear to some individuals as like ungrateful, but reality is she's just probably just dealing with an excessively strong rough patch. Whereas as things are building up to the point like she's questioning if she can really do something or not in relation to whatever it is she's wanting to do. But she's able to at least have a very strong sense of ability to convey and kind of think things through and logically organize like what she needs to do or what is about to occur. Also during this time frame, her blessings are more likely to like not really be supported by like devastating mistakes. Like whatever blessing she may have, she'd probably be in a situation where like she sort of like self sabotaged it to some degree, unfortunately. Hence why she would probably be in a situation where psychologically speaking, she is like sort of doubting her abilities or capabilities. Um, with Sappho interacting with Odin, this also suggests that like overall, like in terms of her luck or blessings, she's sort of like anxious or immensely like anxiety driven in terms of what to expect for her nearby future or even long term future due to like these situations of like she's falling for these like holes or sabotaging herself. So as a result, she's kind of sabotaging herself even further, and unfortunately, kind of getting in this loop where she's like she wants to try to prevent it. She gets in a very negative like mindset or very pessimistic, and unfortunately sabotages herself from getting something, even though she is so close. So she's inadvertently pushing herself further back in terms of whatever that is from her own blessings. But overall, massive success in terms of leaderships and skills. This also could suggest, but within the next 2 years or so, 10 years or so, I guess it's going to last. But very much like again, realistic dreams will be put in order though, and let's see for the next 2 years, she's probably going to be in a situation where like she's going to potentially sabotage herself within 2.5 2.65 years from now in terms of 2026. um but of course like that depends on if she actually puts the efforts to prevent that. If she does that, there's no worries, but she is probably inclined to like psychologically sabotage herself in some form of way, unfortunately. um Unfavorable alignments with super famous success in the next 6.49 years, but within for the 10 years, like massive success though overall. Though massive blunders are more likely to occur, especially within 20 years or so. But from 10 years from now, we should expect like the psychological like self-doutage, the obsessions, the OCD of whatever it is that is bothering her, unfortunately. That's sort of like the unfortunate situations that may occur. So I'm just getting these things wrapped. Mm, Why? Sorry, I'm just trying to get my posts up and running so that once I do end this stream, which is pretty much certain from now, honestly, I might as well just end it. Well, that's all for now. I hope you enjoyed and kind of like learned a couple things, like how to like pick up and understand how to like interpret a chart, especially for prediction perspectives. Um, do know there's more prediction techniques, so we'll definitely be going over those at some point in future streams. So no worries if you don't get it. As soon as we do more and more streams, like of showing you predictions, showing you how to read and interpret charts, how to do magi quads, how to analyze those, how to do so many more things and so forth, you should be able to get the handle of it. Or if you don't get that now, don't worry. I am working on many different like classes of sorts and lessons where from teaching you the basics of astrology to heavily advanced stuff, teaching you astronomy because there's some astrological techniques and methods that are very advanced. Where knowledge wise, it's very ideal if you know astronomy because it's either going to make more sense or some of the heavily advanced astrological techniques and methods. It's more astronomy than it is astrology and advanced mathematics and stuff like that. So it gets very chaotic. I'll also be teaching you statistics. As I mentioned before, I'll be teaching you psychology, economics, stock markets, stock tradings, and so forth. Um, Law and government, um, even predicting or understanding like politics and so forth and seeing it in the charts, even historical astrological events and scenarios. Um, Also, there'll be like somewhat of a series which I'm debating how I will go about this, but as I kind of mentioned already, is like it's going to be like history through the lens of astrology. So how that would go about, I'm not too sure how I would do that, but I'm in the process of like planning that. And there's so many other things. Probably teaching you how to program as well, especially if you're interested in building your own tech or tools and softwares to do things a bit more manually. So like you won't be doing stuff manually, you'll be doing stuff more automatic and have your own algorithms and tools and stuff like that. So many plans and sort of a lot's kind of like just adding onto my plate by default. So will I ever be done with it? Probably no. Probably never, honestly. Let's be honest. But it's coming out hopefully soon. Um, Hopefully next year's one of these lessons either come before the year ends or somewhere within next year. I cannot guarantee anything in terms of like how much information I'm like trying to build and create at the time being, and also like give you actual videos and like astrology videos to like somewhat follow along and like catch on. So it's gonna be a lot. Um, Other than that, I hope you are doing well for the rest of the night. Hope to see all of you soon. Bye.